right, hello and welcome everybody. We're doing a live stream called Art is Good for You. Art makes your life better. And that's the basic premise of today's. That's the energy we'll be vibrating. That's the energy that we'll be working from, is this idea that art makes your life better. Whether you're making it, or consuming it, or even if you don't like art, which I don't know anybody who doesn't like art, whether it be a painting or a song or a movie or whatever that is. I don't know anybody that doesn't like any of that, or the art of technology. I don't know, but that's the idea that we're vibrating today. That's the idea that we're working from. That is the flow of energy that we're creating, that we are transferring in this live stream that we're doing today. And with that said, just going to pop open some art supplies. And, you know, I think it's one of those things where, you know, it's so great if you can just find time to just make something, draw something, come up with ideas. I knew this one wonderful exercise that I learned from somebody. The exercise was simply to write down, and it's not easy to do, but it's simple enough that anybody can do it, and it's write down 10 ideas per day. That's a wonderful creative exercise. And it could be applied to anything. This is like one wonderful life exercise that could be applied to just about anything you're looking to accomplish. Writing down 10 ideas per day. I heard of a writer who was writing 10 ideas for poems a day. And even though he didn't write poems based on all those ideas, he was eventually able to get a couple poems like published into something. If you're a musician, 10 ideas for songs a day. 10 ideas for a good lyric, 10 ideas for a beat per day. If you're a musician, an artist, 10 ideas for paintings a day. And eventually you're going to find one idea out of those 10 ideas every single day, 3,650 ideas a year. Eventually you're going to find something that lives up to your expectation of what's a worthy idea to tackle. And it doesn't mean that the idea is just going to like come true. It's not like you're not making a wish or anything. You're just coming up with ideas and eventually coming up with a plan to execute them. So that's very true, but people hate changes. What do you mean by hate changes? What's going on? What change concept are you talking about? Because I feel like I missed it. And I had some ideas of what I wanted to do to the background here. But for now, I want to work on the insides of this painting, the internal areas. But Lime and Bagel, what's going on? Hello, you took Edison 1000. Oh yeah, people don't like change. They don't like to fail, is what you're saying. You deliver my food? What do you mean you deliver my food? So this is a piece we're working on. We've been working on it the past couple days. Right now, what I need to do is I need to use a fine tip brush and just start to add some outline to some areas. Not the whole thing, but just some of it. Because that is how the artist originally did it. And I don't necessarily need to add too much, but just enough to get the point across. Here we go. So I'm going to go like this. And you're going to sub because I'm a good painter. Thank you so much, Elijah. Hope to see you around. Ah, very cool. So Lime and Bagel. Amir delivers food. Wonderful, dude. Amazing. Thank you for, I always tip my Uber drivers a lot. Well, like a lot. I mean, I guess that's relative, but I almost always tip my Uber drivers pretty much like 50% usually. Like if I have like a $14 ride, I'll tip like $7. If I have like a $40 ride, well, no, not 50, maybe 20%, not 50%. I might give like a 20% tip, $20 on like a $40 ride, depending. But I also don't take many Ubers, so there's that. But there's a good message though. Tip your Uber drivers. Tip your Uber drivers. Tip the people that give you a service. So yes, there's our message for the day. Tip the people who do things for you. Jessica Lynn, happy painting. Art is great for you. Art helps to do wonderful things. Art makes life better in so many ways. And here we go. We're just going to go around and add our outline into our figure here. This hand is looking not very good, but we will finalize some detail along the hand here. But for now, I want to establish the shapes of this hand right here. And here we go. This hand's going to come up. And I just want enough detail into these enough line work into these hands just to give it a design, just to be able to help bring them out a little bit better. I'm not totally going to make them too dark. So Jessica, happy painting, happy arting, Lyman Bagel. I don't know what Lyman Bagel is up to, but welcome. Lyman Bagel, you know, I see that you're asking for things. I don't know. I don't know what all these messages are, but hey, let's talk about that. You know, obviously, you're not able to express yourself in real life for some reason, and now you feel like you want to just spam with emojis, which is fine, but let's talk about it. Maybe we can get you some help, get you some of the attention that you need. Some of the, the attention that you need. Sometimes, we just need somebody to recognize what we do. And I will have to limit your posts if you keep doing that. I won't block you, I won't ban you, but I will put you in a timeout. If you... But I am totally open to, trying to figure out. Let's chat, If you want attention, you can have it. You can have the attention that you want here. What is it that you need attention for? You sent all the emojis. Wonderful, dude. Wonderful. That is fantastic. You sent all the emojis. I appreciate you sending all of the emojis. Emojis are great. I am very lucky to receive all of your emojis. So you're leaving? Oh, all right. We were just getting started on getting you attention. Well, I hope that you find what you're looking for elsewhere. I really do. Whatever it is, whatever that is. I wish you the best. Thank you for coming into this channel and gracing us with some of your interesting emojis. And yes, that's all I can say is thank you for giving us those wonderful emojis. You really lighten up the room a bit, so that's good. Take care. Take care. If you're ever back, I would be glad to welcome your emojis, so long as they're not too much spam. So here we go. We're going to go into this hand here and just go up. And then there's some hand gestures in the back here. 1, 2. Oh, I added some white there, but what I really need is black to establish these hands. And my goodness, these are some of the most well-painted hands I've ever seen. Not because they are technically perfect, but because they are absolutely wonderful, wonderful hands. They give off such a sense of emotion, such a sense of elegance, such a sense of just amazing expression. These hands that were painted by Gustav Klimt. And yes, I am copying from his painting. I have a reference here to my side that you cannot see. So I do have a reference here to my side that helps me figure out what I need to paint. So there we have that. That's how I am doing this. And let's go. Let's add our design here. So is anybody here procrastinating? Is anybody here looking for an idea to get started on their next artwork? If you are, feel free to share. This is a good time to have a conversation to get ideas to break out of a creative block, to overcome a mental blockage, a mental stoppage. That's what we're here for. This is not a tutorial channel. I'm not teaching my methods. Everything I do that I could possibly teach has already been taught like 1 billion times over the past 400 years. So I don't teach. But if you have questions, feel free to ask them. Happy to share. Yes, I am using a reference and all that. But again, this is not a teaching live stream. It's really just a place for people to get together and talk about whatever it is on their creative minds. And here we go. I'm adding some shadow into some of these areas just to create a separation there. And let's find something else. There we go. I like this outline that we've gotten. The outline is definitely doing the job of separating everything. The hands look okay. I don't feel like I need to necessarily make them more accurate as much as it is. I just want to add a couple little details here. Let's go with this arm. So I'm using a more subtle outline. The other one is a pure black outline in the actual painting itself, but I'm using just a more subtle separation of outlines here. And let's see. And here we go. But art, no matter how many ways you cut it, pretty much makes your life better. I don't know of a single person who their creative efforts has necessarily made it worse. I mean, too much of anything can be bad, right? But sometimes we welcome the bad that comes from being too much of anything, from doing too much of anything. But let's start adding some of these black outlines into our figure here. We're going to create a separation right down to here. I'm going to grab some of this, some of our black and blue. You know, I always tip Uber. There's not a single time that I've ever not tipped my driver, but even if it's a delivery order, but that's not necessarily. Yeah, I just always do. I don't know. I usually even tip ahead of time. Usually when they get the option, it's like, hey, are you planning to tip your driver? And you could do it ahead of time. I do it. You know, I am pro-American tipping culture, but I know that a lot of people are not, except for if they've received exceptional service. But I've said this before, my toxic quality is that I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I guess that could be a toxic quality because you let things slide sometimes. It's a toxic quality because when you let things slide, people think that they can, you know, keep doing it throughout the day. But I also think that try to give people a benefit of doubt. And I'm talking in the situation of like waiters, right? I'm not talking about other situations. But, you know, sometimes I'm like, oh, well, maybe the waiter's having a bad day. Maybe it's their first time. Maybe they just, you know, haven't had good training from their manager. Maybe a bunch of orders just came in. That's why they're taking forever and they're not, you know, doting on my every need. So, from that perspective, you know, I try to give waiters the benefit of the doubt. I tip a lot. I always start pretty much. My standard tip amount is about a little over 20%. But I know not everybody is like this. I know, you know, a lot of people only want to tip 15% if they feel good about it. But you know, that's my toxic quality is I try to assume the best. That somebody's not just a lazy ass waiter and is like grumpy, you know, maybe they have a bad day. So thinking of that, I try to assume the best. So, you know, even if my service is not that great, I usually tip about 20%. And again, as I mentioned, the reason why that's a toxic quality is because, you know, you let things slide that shouldn't slide. Like forgetting to put in your order and trying to pretend like, you know, everything's okay. Or, you know, walking off to go hide in the back room instead of, you know, being conscious of the customers that are around. But I still try to give the benefit of the doubt. And, you know, ultimately something like that should reflect in people's tips. And I think it does. But I usually tip good anyway. So if you've ever did not want to support a waiter because they gave you bad service, that's probably a good thing, right? Like, it's good to give a tip based on the amount of work and the amount of consideration that the person that's serving you gave to you. I definitely believe that. So, you know, to give someone who's done a bad job a good tip is like, it isn't the best thing, right? You're paying for work that's not the best. But again, I try to give the benefit of the doubt. And you know what? That's just a toxic trait, people. So anyway, enough about me. I don't expect other people to like follow my philosophy here. You know, I definitely think that there needs to be people to hold waiters accountable who do a very poor job. If you're too lazy to go pick up, etc. If you have too much money, I would be happy. If you have too much money, yeah, and art boutique tips, great. Yeah, tipping culture in America. Yeah, I mean, you know, I know plenty of super wealthy people who don't like to tip. So, you know, I don't think it's so much about having too much money or having too little money. Definitely, obviously, if you have more money, it's easier to tip well. But you know, for me, it's just I like to give for a service. I'm happy to tip. I am a happy tipper. I can't explain why. If you want to dig into my psychology, I really can't, you know, can't give a good reason. It's just always been a part of me. But you know, it's not always the best thing because, you know, you never know. Like, a waiter could really just be a dick, could be an asshole, could be a nasty person, and it's being lazy, and they're trying to, you know, not give the best service because they've had a bad day and they don't know how to like manage their own attitude. And you know what? I mean, I've never actually had a waiter that's been like totally rude, but I've definitely had waiters that like are not responsive, or like, you know, sitting in the back somewhere, or they're just kind of like, you know, doing stuff but not really paying attention to you. So, you know, that's the other thing too. It's like how much attention is necessary. But yeah, that's just my personal philosophy. So here we go. Yeah, I mean, again, like, everyone should definitely have their own rules. I've definitely had times when I've had horrible service, and I'll still tip 15 to 20%, but not like horrible service as in, you know, they were doing something. I literally saw them, you know, standing out front smoking or whatever, and then coming back, and they're like stoned off their ass or something. I've never actually had that happen, but you know, every once in a while, there's like a waiter who I don't see for like 15 minutes, and I've needed water for like 10. And, you know, I don't know if maybe the manager's cheap or something, but, you know, I still give the benefit of the doubt, but I also realize that that is not the expectation. Waiters shouldn't expect that. But the reason why I share this message now isn't to like, I'm not trying to convince anybody that they should improve their tipping for just any service, right? I'm not trying to do any of that. I totally believe that it should start at pretty much 15% and go down from there for every mistake or thing that the waiter does or does not do for you. But I don't actually live by that rule. My rule is just the standard 20%. And then, occasionally, if I'm in a bad mood and the waiter sucks and the food sucks, then I'll tip poorly. But in general, I'm pretty good with it. But again, I don't expect other people to. I don't think other people should be like me. This is not a pitch to tip for anything except the most acceptable service that you're willing to accept. This is not a pitch for that. But I'm just sharing some of my own personal experience and thoughts around that. But here we go. This hand's looking a little bit funky. I need to fix that up. But before we do that, let's let's draw some designs here. Let's learn from some of this design language here. And it looks like they use mother of pearl and everything. From here, the Morton girl is spot on. Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Michael. Always very grateful to have your ideas shared in this live stream. And we're going to go around like this. And I really like how this red is turning about. So basically at this point, I'm just at a point where I'm adding decorative stuff, but I'm not so much focused on total accuracy, creating my own design here. And art. So, and art boutique. You're an artist. You have a boutique, or maybe you are a boutique. One or the other. Either way is cool. What is an art boutique all about? Can you share with us what that is, if you're open to it? This live stream is open to almost any artist who wants to discuss or talk about the thing that they do. Honestly, I've thought about just like kind of turning this into like a podcast format where people can, pop in and do like creative podcasts. But I had a podcast before and I just didn't feel like keeping up with it, honestly. So I'm keeping this more of a loose concept where, if you ever pop in here, I do want to share ahead of time. I mean, I know every time a new artist comes in here, they're not going to know what I said in video number 157 out of 433. But yeah, so this is a totally fine live stream to talk about your work, talk about your boutique or whatever. And yeah, it looks good from here, but the legs still need some work. I need to carve the legs a little bit better. The legs are a bit too legs are a bit too there's too much. The paint is a little bit too wide. So I need to reduce the width of this leg a little bit. So let's go bring this down. Let's go with this color, and we're just going to go across here. So you have a website, you're tired. Cool. Well, hey, do you want to share your website? I'm happy to pull it up on here and to share it with however many viewers are here. I'm happy to pull it up and tell everybody from here until from here until as long as YouTube allows this video to be up, which could be 10 years, it could be 1,000 years. We don't know how long YouTube will last. Can anyone imagine the day that YouTube is no longer around? It's hard for me to imagine that. But it's like, you know, surely every single video on YouTube can't be sold, right? Like, you can't just sell every video on YouTube. YouTube's not a company that can, like, be bought considering the richness of content. Like, at some point, it's just going to be like this massive archive of stuff. That is one interesting thing to think about, is the future of YouTube. What could possibly happen to YouTube? This hand is really bothering me. I've really done a poor job on that hand, but I'm going to go back to it in a few. For now, I really just want to capture a few details that set this thing apart here. Let me grab some white here. Oh my goodness. Avid. Wow. Hey, thanks, dude. Avid. My goodness. You know what? So for that wonderful contribution, we're going to put a word of your choice on this painting. So what I do for viewers and stuff is I hide their names, or hide their names in these paintings, so that if they ever make it into a gallery, or when they do, and you get to see it, you get to find your name in a historical painting. But, you know, so avid Joji listener, thank you for that wonderful donation. If there's a name that you want me to put into this painting, I'm happy to do it. Or if you go by Avid or whatever, I will hide it somewhere in this painting. It's not going to be like totally obvious, but you know, more of like a secret that I keep amongst people that join this live stream. You know, just this fun little surprise that it's a fun little surprise for people. But Jen, what's going on? How are you? And so I'm actually working with oil. This is oil. I've been working on this oil for a few couple days on this piece. And right now I'm just focused on tightening up a few details. At this point, I've reached a point where I like it where it's at. I don't want to make it too close to the same exact thing. I want to like give it my own twist and my own spin and my own design to it. So, you know, because of that, I'm not going to spend so much more time to like copy every single detail, but I do want to at least capture the essence and the idea and to, you know, make it recognizable, but also nice. But I'm not copying it piece by piece. And for those of you curious, let me just share what I'm using as my reference. So this is my reference right here. Boom. I'm not doing this from total imagination. I do have a reference next to me. And if you don't know, this is a piece by Gustav Klimt called The Kiss. Now, but this is actually obviously not the real one, but it's an interpretation of the real one because the real one looks quite different. This artist has done all these like new decorative parts of this. So this is obviously an interpretation, and mine is obviously an interpretation of the interpretation. But avid Joji listener, I actually like Joji as well.
I'm not quite sure how to help.
Alexa, cancel. Yeah, I used to listen to a lot more Joji. I had a phase where I was like listening to his songs every day for like a couple weeks. But as of recent, I don't know, has he come out with something new? Thank you, and yes, I mean he is a brilliant artist, Mr. Gustav Klimt is. So I felt like it was an awesome opportunity to add something, to learn, but also to paint, to learn and paint at the same time. So I'm gonna actually build in some yellows into here. Actually, I want to add some white. I'm gonna do like a white yellow into here, just to increase the vibrance around our side, because some of the color has been lost around it. You can see some of the color has been lost because of you know, after the paint dries, it loses a bit of luster, especially if it was mixed with a whole bunch of other colors. Which when I first did this, it was on top of wet oil pastel and some other colors. So this one I'm just using to blend in around. And we just want to fill in some of the spaces. I don't want too much of the space to show through. So here we go. Gonna try to get some more of this paint off. I don't want it to be so thick that it totally transforms like the structure of this painting, but I want to use this color to just spread it around and give it a feel here. We're gonna pull off some more of this paint. A lot of paint in here. And I want to round this out. But thanks so much for jumping in and sharing your thoughts, Anne. Really appreciate it. Get up and go, get the water. Usually it gets them. So even here, just bringing in some of the yellow. This is like a pale whitish yellow that I'm just adding into our space here. Adding into our space. And I think this piece right here needs we're gonna bring in some red, just a tiny bit of red, so that I can like mix and blend in this space. I don't want too much. I don't want it to look like overly saturated with this one color. I want a nice little mix here, so that's what we're going for. And I'm going to grab some of this green, just a little bit of green to give it a little bit of pop up here. And I want to blend in around and create just this like misty, colorful mist. We call it like a colorful mist around our figures here. Just a colorful mist. And let's see, you get up, go get the water, Joji, that anything. Well, you know what? Since you haven't given me anything, I will secretly add the words avid somewhere to symbolize as a form of, the thing is I have made it a part of my streams, to do this. So this isn't like, you know, it's like a secret thing that I like to do. So I will add somewhere the word avid, and then people will one day wonder why did he have the word avid here. I like having that as part of my work to make it more, to give it that slice of life, that like capturing of a specific moment in time. Let's see where we can put it. Where's a good spot? Let us stick it right. Let's put it right in the salt, right under the salt shaker here. A V I D. People will wonder what avid is. And let's see. So I actually put it right in the white area, so it's nice and visible. And that'll be, people wonder, why did I write the word avid? And that's why. If you're watching the stream right now, you know why. You know the reason. You know the secret. You know the hidden symbolisms of the work of Huzzah Creative, aka Emmett Ferguson. And let's go right into here. We're going to add some line work. I'm going to add some lines. But you asked me, have I got any inspiration on making it? So I definitely have the inspiration. I don't know if you saw, but this is the inspiration. I made my own little still life section here. I have had this painting from a while, or this I don't know what it actually is. It sounds like a metal device, but it is from a gift from a friend that I got from a friend who didn't want it anymore. So why not put it into a painting? And I've been wanting to study Gustav Klimt's stuff for a while. I just haven't found the right time. So the thing is, I don't like to do what's called a master copy. So a master copy is what they do in art school. Basically, you take a piece of art that you really like, or whatever you're trying to study, and then you copy it exactly. But I do not like copying things exactly, although I am copying a lot of elements from this. But I do like to add my own twist to things, which is adding the still life and everything. I feel like we all have to add our own spins and our own idea to things. Otherwise, we lose that piece of ourself. After all, isn't that what art's for? Art's supposed to be good for you, right? Art's supposed to brighten your day. Art makes your life better, whether it be music or movies or television or whatever. Omizu. So Omizu is an artist as well. Anne is welcome, everybody. Glad you're all here. Right now, I am just adding in some decorative work, and it does make me wonder, did Gustav Klimt do his own decorative work? I'd be curious to know the answer to that question. I almost feel like he had assistants, and he gave his assistants the decorative elements to do. Because once the work is made, you know, once this whole design is done, the decorative work is like, that's like the, not the easy part, but like just becomes a matter of just adding stuff in. I mean, obviously you have to be strategic about it. It helps to know, you know, principles, big, medium, small, things like that, you know, working big, medium, small, and using the right color combinations and everything. But it does make me wonder if Gustav did all of his own decorations or whether he, at least at one point, had somebody else do them for him. So, Joji listener, what got me into painting? How long have I been doing it? By the way, shout out to Omizu. Omizu is here. He is also an artist. But what got me into painting? How long have I been doing it? So definitely as a kid, you know, I think everybody can say that they did artwork as a kid. So, you know, I guess that's a good place to start. I used to like draw. This is really weird. I don't know why I did it. I don't know why 8-year-old me did this, but I used to draw Bob Ross shows. So instead of, I didn't have a paint kit as a kid. I never asked my parents for one. I don't know why. I'm sure they would have gotten me one if I really, really wanted to. But I would actually take like a pen and a marker and try to like follow along with what Bob Ross is doing with a pen and marker, which, you know, thinking about it now as an adult, I'm like, the two materials don't even work the same, right? Pen and ink do not work the same way as paint, as oil paint. But you know what? I was a kid. I don't want to call myself dumb, but you know, maybe I just wasn't. I was ignorant of art. So anyway, I did a lot of that as a kid, but a serious art practice. When did I start taking art seriously? Studying probably about 5 years ago. About 5 years ago, I got into digital art, and I was doing lots of digital art. And I went to a concept art online school. It was like a concept art program. I had some great mentors who worked for a bunch of video game companies. But, you know, as I was going through that training, I realized to myself, like, you know, I cannot stand making digital art. Digital art is amazing when done right. You know, I think digital artists are in a league of their own because not only do they have a high level of technical ability, but their problem solving skills, their, you know, their ability to learn tools and technology, it is in a league of its own. But I did not enjoy the process of digital art, so therefore I did not stick with that program. And when I finally realized that, I actually stopped like making art for a little while. I was just like drawing and sketching. And then about a year and a half ago, a little over a year ago, I picked up painting, and I've spent at least a few hundred hours painting ever since. But yes, so that's that. How long have I been doing it? You worked with what I had, yeah. What got me into painting? How long have I been doing it? But some of the other things that have moved me along as an artist is I don't call it self-taught. I'm not self-taught. I consider myself self-guided in a sense of, you know, I do things like this, right? Like I study the heck out of like Gustav Klimt. I'll buy his books. I'll like watch other people who do work like Gustav Klimt. I'll like, you know, maybe do studies like these. And I would consider him a teacher in this context, right? Because right now I'm learning about the decorative style that he did, and you know how he does like forms and figures. But I would say I started off my journey really studying Vincent van Gogh's work. So if you watch some of my earlier videos, most of my earlier videos are pretty much me just copying Vincent van Hoff's drawings, copying his sketches. I guess that is a master study, right? I don't know. Like, but anyway, yeah, I copied his drawings. I took drawings that he never painted, and then I used those as studies to do paintings off of. So yeah, that is a little bit of a rundown, a little bit of a of that journey. But yeah, so I started off doing the digital art, but I just did not like digital art. It was not for me. And I finally moved into the physical, and I've done wedding paintings before. So, you know, that's where I've had commissions, is working as a wedding painter. And things like that. But that is what keeps me going. And at this point, you know, of course, live streaming, but also the love of art, the way it makes you feel visually, it all comes together, you know. So let's see. I don't really like how this is like yellow and this is purple. I'm trying to find a good mix of like color combination of this like transition over here. I want to have this like wispy quality, but I don't want it to be overly thick here. Maybe I should make it. I'm gonna try to figure out how I can reduce the yellowness. If I got yellow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue. So I need like a purple if I want to counteract this yellow and like, you know, reduce the color of it. And here we go, just graying it out a bit with this big brush and trying to reduce the thickness of some of these layers, because I do want some of the textures to show. So I did this painting. So this is actually, I'm using oil on top of oil pastels. So I'm using oil on top of oil pastels, and these oil pastels, or I'm using oil on top of oil pastels on top of a previous oil painting. So the oil painting underneath is already dried, and now it's about just adding on top of it, and you know, adding my own decorative ideas. Let's add a little bit more red into this section here. Just using a nice big brush to create this design. And we've discussed this many times in previous things. So if you're watching from a previous stream, you know, I don't want to sound too repetitive, but I'm just explaining it again. You know, Michael Wilbur and Omizu and I have discussed this idea of using like a dry brush to just lay down these big sections of paint. So that's really what I'm doing right now, is I'm just focused on trying to create these little like this color gradient, I guess we could say, and just exploring the use of these exciting colors. Let's find a little bit of blue in here. Maybe we can use a nice thick amount of blue to create a dimension in this area, and just use this nice big brush to blend in a lot of this area here. And I want to keep it nice and wispy. Keep it a little bit foggy. Give it a little gradient in this section. And there we go. That's a nice little gradient. A little transition from this yellow to like this foggy, it's like a gray fog, gray blue fog, into like this just super light red here. And Avid, I always like doing painting and drawing paper more than digital art. It feels better for you. Yeah, hey, So that's another thing too. That is another thing too. Is I love the physical, just that kinesthetic effect. I also felt that was really missing from digital art for me. It's just the kinesthetic, like touching of the materials, like getting into the paint, like feeling this brush, and just being able to like this painting, not as much as my other paintings, but just getting in and being able to like feel the paint laying onto the canvas, whether it be a smooth texture or a rough texture or getting stuck on dry paint, almost dry paint, or just gliding over the canvas with like wet paint. And I guess that's also in your experience as well, that like physical tactile experience is so necessary for some of us, right? Like that's definitely something art has really taught me is this idea of how everybody experiences the world, whether it be visually or kinesthetically through touch and feeling or smell and senses and all these different sensations. There's just so many. And I felt like that was easily missing with digital for me. Some people don't need that, right? Some people can just totally thrive on the visual idea of making digital art, or they're more focused on trying to make the story, or they're so technologically savvy that the art is just this thing that comes naturally to them because of the technical parts of it. But I just didn't really click with me, so I pretty much stayed away. I try to go back to it once in a while, but it's just like to be able to see how this all comes together, to see some of the parts that are like that I could touch and it would feel something, that would have like a texture. Like I can almost feel the texture just by looking at it in my hands. So I like that a lot. I love that element of drawing, or I mean of painting. So I do see a couple areas that need some work. Right now, let me take this, clean off this brush, and we're gonna get into it. So it sounds like you have a practice, Avid. It sounds like you have a couple creative practices, which is fantastic. That's cool. Yeah, feel free to share. I am totally open to sharing your work if you like to. You'd like to see one of my work that doesn't refer to a reference. Oh, you want to see one of my work that doesn't have a reference? Ooh. All right. Here's something that doesn't have a reference. So this is actually a piece that I am doing an art trade with the Mizu for. This is an art trade for a Mizu. So this is unreferenced. Actually, you know what? On top of this piece, this is actually a piece of paper on here. It's multimedia. And this piece of paper has a drawing of mine that I used for something I consider one of my masterworks. I painted over the drawing, but you're hearing it here now that I consider this one of the sketches for one of my favorite pieces. And then here is one of my paint materials. So I think paint rag sounds very, very raggedy, but I think it's a work of art. The rag that I use to paint on, and I think this is more personal than any any story I can really add to it. As far as an art trade with an artist, Omizu Paints, that I admire his illustrations and everything. So yeah, I think this is more personal in that sense, from an abstract, expressive view. some other stuff. Let me find something else without a reference. Actually, you know, it's kind of hard to find anything without a reference because so much of my stuff has a reference. Here's another painting of mine done without a reference, Michael. So obviously when I paint without a reference, it's typically abstract stuff. Anything that I do without reference is pretty much abstract. Almost. Occasionally, like, I'll like paint myself, or I'll like sketch out a cat or something without a reference. But even in my mind, you know, I think that there's always a reference. It's hard to think of, like, I think the only true art that has no reference is abstract art. But even abstract art, you're referencing someone else's ideas, right? You're maybe referencing an idea or a feeling or an expression rather than a specific shape or figure. Like you can see in my work, you know, I reference the brush strokes of the post-impressionists, some of the expressions of the 80s expressionists, some of the colors of the Fauvists, you know. So I guess it's almost impossible to do work without a reference, unless your question was more geared to how do I draw something as realistic as possible without a reference. That would be a totally different conversation. But I guess I don't have a good example for you on that right now. Here, let's take a cat break. Or take a little cat break and hang out with my boy here. My boy Scout. So we adopted him like a month or two ago. He's so if y'all were here during the summer, he was just this tiny little fit in one hand kitten. And now he is wreaking havoc on the entire apartment. He has ripped up the underside of our bed. He has knocked stuff off the top shelf of everything. He likes to investigate what's on top of this hat. He's gotten into the paints. You like chewing leather? Hey, no chewing the leather, okay? Yes, so we have adopted him and his sister. His sister's somewhere here too. His sister is around. I don't know where she's at, but she's somewhere here. But yes, let's have a little cat break. Yes. He likes my hat. What are you doing, pal? What's up? You know what I like about black cats? The more I look at them is like black cats are just like have the most obvious basic standard of beauty because they almost all pretty much look the same, but they're all cute in the exact same way, right? They're all cute and adorable in like the exact same way. It's just like I don't want to say it's generic, but it is like they're so adorable. And like, you know, if you're getting a black cat, you're gonna get a cute cat without markings. What's up, May? Show them your claws. Show them your claws. Yeah. Rawr. Show them those claws. What do you want to see? There's nothing up here. I think he just doesn't like the fact that the hat is taller than he is, and he like Doesn't like the idea. His eyes have totally changed colors. They used to be like, you know, green when we first got them, and now they're like this amber color. But yeah, she's very awesome. And we had to adopt them because nobody wanted him and his sister. Apparently, getting a black cat adopted is very difficult because people still have superstitions. People still have superstitions about black cats. He's also a very dusty guy. He's a very dusty little critter. Right, buddy? All right, we will wrap up our cat petting session in just a moment. Oh, look, he sees himself. Hey. Yeah, okay. Stop biting the hat, bro. Stop it. It's just a cat break. I think offices need cats, and hey, psst, psst, psst. Okay, fine. I'll put you down. Hey, we're gonna put you down. Here. I think offices should have cat rooms and not dog rooms. What's up, Fresh Cup of Joel? How you doing? All right. I gotta plug in a charger here into this phone. All right, he's back. He wants some more attention. I don't know. He wants to be the star of the show right now. He's not behaving when I hold him, but... You know, here's a funny trick when I found out he was such a good cat, is as soon as you hold his scruff, he kind of like passes out. Look, he's like about to pass out from when I hold his scruff. Ever since he was like a little baby, he's a little kitten, the moment you grab him by the scruff, like, you know, when you hold back here on a cat, they instantly like get paralyzed or like fall asleep. But like when he was a kitten, I would just hold him like this and he would just start to close his eyes and like kind of sink into like sleep, and it was so hilarious. He's so cute. But that's when I knew his personality was going to be this really chill kitten, while the other one's a little bit more feisty. But what's up, Joel? How you doing? So y'all know each other, Joel and Omizu? Stop biting me. Okay, no more biting, bud. No more biting. All right, that's enough. Enough kitten time. Let's get back to painting time. Art and kittens make life better. Art and kittens make life better. Excuse me. I'm watching Omizu. Oh yeah, Omizu's on right now. Okay, cool. I have my my painting stuff on. But hey, dude, Omizu, thanks for sharing my live stream with some of your people. Really appreciate that. The teamwork makes the dream work. And let me get back into this hair area. So here we go. We're gonna go with some of this. We're just gonna decorate. You know what? Instead of decorating the way I see it, I'm gonna decorate the way decorate a little differently. I'm gonna decorate. So this paint's still really wet. And let's try to bring in some yellow here. It might be a little too wet right now, so I'm not going to go too much into that section. But I do need to tighten up this hand. So let's wipe off this brush right now. So, fresh cup of Joel. What are you about? I'm sure you and Omizu are pretty well acquainted. But what exactly? What got you into Omizu's stream? Stop, kitty. I'm painting. I'm painting now. You gotta go. You gotta go. All right, so here we go. What is this color? This color is like a light color, so we're gonna go into here. So Omizu has definitely done an amazing job of building a network of artists, which is pretty cool. You know, he's building this network of artists, this network of people. What a awesome talent to be able to have like a lot of artists just coming to your live streams, connecting them. So if you are an artist, Omizu's room is definitely one to check out as well. Omizu's live stream. But here we go. Trying to find the shape of this hand. Trying to find the best shape of this hand here. This is a really difficult hand to make because it's made with a very tight, small brush. And I'm using bigger brushes to do this. And here we go. Here's what I think needs to happen is this needs to come like that. You do pottery, have watching Travis Prince, which led you. Oh, okay, cool. The Darkness and Nihilism. Joel and Story Grub streams. They're great artists. Okay, cool. Wow, Omizu, so I didn't realize that you were so committed to this effort of being in streams, which is pretty cool. It's becoming very apparent. I'm looking forward to if you ever create a Discord, Omizu, and you're like, hey, I'm just gonna invite everybody to these to this Discord. So right now I'm bringing in some of this color to overcome some of these splotchy areas. And let me tighten up the head shape here. here we go. Let me tighten up some of this. Oh, you do have a Discord? I know you have a Discord account because you told me about it, but I didn't know you actually had like a Discord page for like conversation. Ah. Well, you gotta send me an invite when you get a chance. When you get the chance to send on over that invite to your Discord. And here we go. We're gonna go like this. And let me see. This hand needs work. And I'm trying to find the best ways to incorporate it. And here we go now. So continue on to build up these projects, and we'll be painting for a little while today. Today's going to be a longer extended paint session because I was able to start a little earlier today due to various circumstances. Clean off my brush here, and I've definitely made the figures quite pale. And this other finger, And here we go. How do we... What else is really still needed? There's still a lot needed. Well, let me clean off this brush a bit. We're going to look for a nice yellow to get into our Morton Salt Girl. Want to give her a nice brightness. I can see that some of her color has disappeared because of the paint being wet earlier when I first did it. And here we go. I'm gonna add in this hair. Paint is still pretty wet, so it's a little bit difficult to really lay it down without getting super thick paint. But I want to at least lay this down for now to get a much just to give it a bit more definition as we move into the next phase, which, you know, we'll probably do this a couple more days of this project specifically, but not too many more days. Just enough to give it an extra bit of pop. But I don't want the detail of this to be too distracting. You know, allow some of the details to like fade away. Here, what? Check out my cat right here, likes to hang out. Right, Scout? You like to hang out there, huh? It's always good to have a cat just kind of hang out with you. Rule of three. What's the rule of three? I know the rule of three, but what do you mean about the rule of three in this context right now? And here, let's bring some of this ochre that's about to dry up, and we're going to put it into the hair here. And here we go. So give her some decorative stuff around her hair. But here we go. Let's keep adding in some of these colors I want to fill in to our spaces here. Where is this going? This goes like right there. And let's try to get some blues in here. I'm gonna go some blues. Get some blues into there. Let's get some deep blue circles around here. And there we go. Michael Wilbur. My goodness. Michael Wilbur, you must be able to count the amount of people that can tolerate your jokes on one hand. And one of them is me. So you've only got about 4 fingers left. And here we go. Has everybody done something good for their body today? You know, I had this one acting teacher, amazing acting teacher. And what was interesting about his class was that his class was never just about acting, which I will say, although I don't really like that, I like, you know, if I'm going to hire an acting teacher, I want them to focus on acting. But he would also go into, you know, health and wellness. He was a full body acting teacher, you know, and while I agree with him that it's important to, you know, have everything, right? The health, the career, the talent. One thing that he did was give us like a health talk during each of the classes, which I didn't really like at the time, but I also know the benefits of that. And, you know, it makes you realize, like, you know, I think something that helps me be a continuous and regularly active painter and keeping the energy. And, you know, some people might say, oh, yes, I'm still young, which I am, you know, but I think at the same time, a lot of it is I'm not saying that to brag, but I'm just saying that because I know some people are thinking, oh, well, you're young, so it's obvious, right? But I also think just exercise, staying fit, and, you know, more importantly, I want to express this idea of, I hope everybody here has had the opportunity to do something good for their bodies today. Can I make a troll status badge for you? Are you talking like that troll face thing? I could come up with my own version of a troll face. But I don't think you can actually, so I don't know if you can actually pick it. Like, you can't actually pick, right? It's like based on month, like how many months you've been here or something. I don't know. Can you actually choose like from variety? Because when I was uploading them, I think it's uploaded like you upload 1 month and then 2 months. Someone who's been around for like 10 months has access to different designs than someone who's been around for 1 month. So I'm actually mixing these colors directly on the canvas here. That's very true, Omizi. You could be very proud of that fact. And that's why we are doing, you know, an art trade together. And here we go. We're going to continue on here. So I like this color that we got that we're going to use. Now let's go add this. Let's try to find a good place for this color here. You know what? Clean off the brush. I need to add the C into the MC here. We're going to go writing some letters now. So here we go. Commit. How do you spell commitment? COOCOMMITMENT. And here we go. A lot of this is wet. So I think, let's ask a question in the room here for any artists out there or non-artists. How do we define success? I find this interesting topic. I was actually discussing it on, I was actually discussing the topic of failure on Threads, Instagram's new app. By the way, Instagram's algorithm for getting you to go read Threads and download it is absolutely brilliant. Whatever they did, it's so good, because it's like every time I see a Threads thing on my Instagram, I'm like, oh, I got to go read that. I got to download this app. And then I delete the app because I don't want another app on my phone. And then they send me another thing and I'm like, oh, I got to read that. So too bad Instagram can't do something like that, but for like Instagram rather than Threads. But anyway, that aside, we were talking, someone posted about how, like, would you rather be considered a failure, but like your art has a huge impact in the future, or would you rather be a, at least a mildly successful artist, but your work has no positive impact? And the example that this artist used was Vincent van Gogh. Vincent van Gogh in English, but Vincent van Gogh in Dutch. And you know what? Like, I will make the argument here that Vincent van Gogh should not be considered the supreme king ruler of failure porn. Anytime people are discussing some sort of like failure as an artist, or like an artist who died without ever seeing some success, and then all this stuff, for whatever reason, it ends up being Vincent. And I feel like that is a very that is an inaccurate judgment for many reasons. And I want to say, I'm going to state those reasons. First of all, like, there's a lot of evidence that he was highly respected in his circles, his circle of art friends, right? We all know that he painted with Paul Gauguin. We all know that I think he cut off his ear and tried to hand it to Paul, right? Or was it somebody else? I don't remember. But, his brother owned a gallery and displayed Vincent's work alongside like Monet. He painted with Toulouse-Lautrec, one of an iconic French life painter. He was about to have a incredible, like a massive solo show just before he died. And you know what? I am of the believer that he didn't kill himself. That there's this story that he actually didn't kill himself. He was actually shot by some kids while he was doing some work. And he just didn't want to report the kids because his mental illness had reached a point at that time that he was just like, you know what, I'm just going to let this happen. So he didn't report the kids. He didn't report it as being shot. He was just like, hey, I'm just going to let this happen. He was done. He was done with his life. And, mental illness aside, I think Vincent van Gogh was just starting to find success in his career, even though it took a long time, right? It took him like 10 years to get his first solo show. But I don't think that, when he passed, that he, in a measure of the word, was a failure. I think he was pretty successful. He was going to get a first major solo show just before he died. He was going to, it was a huge, I don't remember the exact venue, but it was a huge thing, especially back in those days, for him to be in the show. Like some of the most well-known art collectors in the world were going to go see his work just prior to his death. And yeah, I think it's a misinterpretation. And I'm overpainting her, so I don't want to keep working on her face because I feel like I'm gonna mess it up somehow. And his forehead's a little bit too much. So let me see how I can adjust that. Making some minor adjustments. I don't want his forehead to be too big. But that is my thesis there, that Vincent van Gogh was not a failure in his life. Yes, it took him a long time to get recognized, and who knows, like, if he would still be as widely recognized if he didn't die. But at the end of the day, I do not agree with the statement that he was a failure during his lifetime. I think that is a misinterpretation, and yeah, I believe that is a misinterpretation. I did see At Eternity's Gate, but I can't remember all the details of it. I think that movie actually suggested the way that he died, right? Was that he got shot by the kids? That movie actually supports that myth or that story. But yeah, I did see that movie. I liked it a lot. I actually saw it with William Dafoe on the panel. So this was a screening of it, and William Dafoe was there just to kind of talk about his experience with the movie. By the way, yeah. All right, so I definitely sense myself starting to overwork some areas. And I think one other thing I want to do is I want to at least just tighten up her chin. I want to reduce the size of her chin. And then that's going to be the last thing I do on this painting for now before I start on my next one. We're going to be, yes, that's right. We're going to be working on another painting right after this. I had a dream. I had a dream about this other painting that I wanted to do. So that's what we're going to work on. But that's right. I do not believe that Vincent van Gogh killed himself. But I do believe that, you know, he had reached a point in his mental health that, you know what, he was just done. He couldn't do it anymore. All right, so before I keep working, before I overwork this, let's see, what should I do? What shall I do? I think I need to trying to calibrate just this chin area. And before we continue, let's take this color and we're going to just add some strokes and start adding our own level of our own layers, our own dimensionality to this. And here we go. But I hope everybody today has done something healthy for themselves. I hope everybody has, you know, if you don't feel like something's going right, I know this is going to sound silly, but, you know, go drink some water, take a deep breath, eat something healthy, and then, you know, reflect on what's happening. And of course, if you got like a really serious situation, right, talk to somebody. But I'm, you know, for the most part, talking about like if you're just feeling a bit down, right? I know it's winter in some places and that cabin fever can become a thing. And, you know, we're all going through different things, but since we're talking about Vincent, I think it's a good time to just have this talk about taking care of yourself, right? Whether it be physically, mentally, or whatever. Eat right. Get your sleep. And we're gonna go ahead and keep building these colors up into here. And I'm just using this yellow to like build up the areas around that kind of have lost some of the luster. Excuse my burping. I wonder if Bob Ross has ever burped in one of his 2-hour painting sessions. But yes, take care of yourself. but yes, that Eternity's Gate movie. The reason why I didn't bring that up, whether you know, that story about the kids, is because I wasn't sure if that was in that movie. But I also don't believe that he only sold one painting. Now, this is probably a more controversial belief because pretty much everybody says he only sold one or two. But you know what? It's an interesting case with Vincent. And this is based on the principle that I don't believe he should be the title holder of the most successful failure who ever lived, right? This artist whose paintings sell for 8 figures, who was somehow a total failure in his lifetime and he never saw any success. But I beg to differ on that. I believe that some of that is narrative meant to sell his artwork. But I think the more that we learn now is, you know, he was actually pretty well respected. He was starting to find success, and it took him 10 years. I think it actually took him less. Like, it took him 5 years. The first 5 years of his life was literally just figuring out, or not his life, but the first 5 years of Vincent's career was just him trying to learn how to draw. Now, there's no artist that, there are very few artists living now that, if they had only been drawing for like 2 or less years, that anybody would like take them seriously, no matter how good they are. But, you know, Vincent, it took him 5 years to really ramp up, get into like a good art practice, whether it be because of finances or whatever. And, you know, just the first few years alone were just him trying to learn how to draw, figure out painting, trying to discover the medium that he really enjoyed, which ended up becoming oil painting, because he started with like watercolors and pen and ink drawings, and eventually, you know, just trying to find the time and the materials. And here's the other thing. So, you know, he bartered a lot, as well as he had a brother who literally owned or ran a family gallery where he sent all of his work to, or a lot of his work, most of his work, if maybe not all, but a lot of his work. And his brother like archived everything with the brilliant thinking that, you know, perhaps it's probably a good idea to document Vincent van Gogh. So anyway, hardly a failure. And he had tremendous support from his brother who ran the gallery, who, you know, sent them money and supplies, and he had people that he would barter with. And, you know, there's some people, artists alive, that couldn't barter their way out of a paper bag, right? Like, I mean, barter is really not a thing right now. I think it would be really hard nowadays to, I guess maybe not that hard. I'd like to try it. Let me go from Starbucks to Starbucks and see if someone would trade one of my drawings for a Starbucks, a free Starbucks. But, you know, it's pretty hard to barter nowadays. If you could barter, though, I mean, that's a skill. And that is just as good as money sometimes. So that would be a fun experiment, though, doing like a live YouTube stream, going from Starbucks to Starbucks, or like from store to store, and offering to trade the cashier one of your artworks for like a coffee or something. His sister-in-law. So can you share about his sister-in-law? Like, obviously, I know his sister-in-law, you know, the other Van Gogh, I forget her name, but, you know, the Theo's wife. I know she did a lot after he died. I know that she did a lot for Vincent's work after he died by not only preserving it, but by trying to get it out there. But in the context of what we're talking about during his life, I'm not quite sure exactly what you might be getting at. But yeah, she was pivotal to after he died. Yeah, after Theo died, she did. I also wanted to discuss this idea, you know, like part of what I'm saying is that a lot of people think he was a huge failure, like total art failure. Hey, during it. Sorry, I'm yelling at my cat, making noises at my cat to not eat. No. Not eat my brushes. I'm watching you, Scout. Don't eat the brushes. All right, good. Don't you dare eat the brush, okay? No. Stop. Go away. Go away. Scout, go. All right, I'm taking you off this comfortable space here. Yes. So, you know, she was definitely pivotal to, you know, helping Vincent after. But yeah, I really am not a fan of the myth, though, that he was like this total failure, total reject when he was alive. Like, yes, he was kind of rejected by a lot of people, you know, that he didn't deserve to be as exiled as an artist. You know, he definitely faced a lot of like criticism, and you know, he wasn't as anywhere near the amount of gravity. He doesn't hold anywhere near about the amount of gravitas that he has today, of course. But you know, a lot of people's work needs time to mature, and I think at the end of the day, you know, after his like 10-year 7-year apprenticeship of drawing, figuring out his medium, study. I think he was doing great. I think you know, the truth is that he was starting to find success, but obviously the whole mental health issue really held him back from being able to kick that to the next level. And then of course, you know, the whole ear thing didn't really help. But at the end of the day, he wasn't a total failure during his life. That's my theory, and I stand by it. That is my theory. I'm sticking by it. Whoever wants to change my mind can attempt to do so. Stop. Gosh, look at this guy. He's so cute. Oh no, he just walked away. Never mind. So cute, but so distracting. He's just trying to bite at my brush right now. Scout, I'm taking you off. You cannot be here if you're gonna try to play with the paint, bro. All right, let's do something that requires a level of creative confidence. If you're wondering what that is, I'm about to show you. Where's my favorite brush for this? Anytime I can't find a brush I want to use, I blame my cats. Where's that brush? All right, so what was that thing I just said about it requires a little bit of creative confidence is decorating the area around our painting here. And that can be hard because, you know, you see the space, it looks okay right now. You don't really want to mess it up, or I don't. So finding this right balance of just decorating it up without messing it up. That could be a scary thing to do. And, you know, at some level, I just have to do it. At some point, I just have to do it. So let me think of these colors here. We've got this like really nice, like grayish yellow on this side, or like a purple, really light purple yellow. And I think we can start to balance it out. Let's just go up like this. I'm just going to go around with these colors here. Just keep some nice lines and dashes. Keep it tight. We're going to go with the yellow around this side. And this is just something picked up from not just Van Gogh, but the Impressionists in general. Just this method of like brush making, brushwork that captures the space around what you're working, rather than just keeping it like a flat color. You know, really to explore the expression of color, the expression of color around your piece. It just creates a little bit of extra dimension when you're doing this. And the reason why I say it requires a little bit of creative confidence is because, like, if you haven't ever studied like how these marks are actually made by, you know, Vlaminck, by Gauguin, or by Van Gogh, if you don't actually look at how these marks are actually made, and I'm not saying like I actually am mimicking their mark making well, I'm not. But if you don't study how they actually make their marks, it can be really easy to think that they just kind of like, oh, a mark here and a mark there and a mark there. And oh, look, let me just like make this. And I'm sure there's like some free flow that they do. There is a bit of like improvisation, But what you also find if you really look at the works and study some of the marks that these artists make in this fashion of just these like side by side marks, it's really tight, like almost to the point that they're more technical than like even the most technical ruler using artists. The way they do it, it's not just like, hey, let me put a bunch of marks right next to each other. Like it is planned out. Sometimes it's a specific use of color. It's an organization of the pieces of these elements that are even more require more thought than even like, or more precision than even just using a ruler as a technical artist might. Here a mark, there a mark, everywhere a mark. All right. Yes, mark my marks. But yeah, like it is so easy to I did a painting for somebody. It's actually a portrait, and like when you make a mistake you can instantly tell. Yes, The Kiss by Gustav Klimt. Yes, this is a interpretation of that. Thank you for noticing. It's awesome that you recognize the interpretation. Your favorite artist, Sawyer. Yeah, thank you for letting us know here. So welcome to the live stream. It's the first time I'm seeing this name Sawyer. So I'm actually going to change my brush. This brush is a little bit too it's too fine. It's too this brush is a little bit too not doing the job that I want. So let's lay down these colors a little bit better, right into here, just so we're throwing some of the colors into this section. Egon Schiele studied under him. Yes, there's definitely, isn't it interesting to or look at or study the entire like creative bloodline of artists? Like, if you were to take any one artist right now and study and learn from, like, figure out who they studied and who they studied and who they studied under, and it's just like this huge line that just goes so far back. But yeah, Egon Schiele. Yeah, in this like creative brotherhood, sisterhood, in this creative way that they're all related for sure. Yeah, they're all related, not by blood, but by creative. There's a relation of creativity, a creative spiritual connection there. Yes, so what has sparked your visitation? Sawyer, what brings you in today? Sometimes I feel like I'm sitting in a gallery when I ask that question. So what brings you in today? And what's nice is that if you ever go into a gallery, the answer is always going to be the same. It's going to be, oh, I'm just popping by, just looking. Unless someone is serious about buying art. But, at the same time, sometimes when I go visit galleries as an artist, I just like, I want to have a conversation, but I also don't want the curator or the person selling the work to think that, I'm going to buy a piece that day. But it is nice on live streams to be able to just be like, hey, so how'd you find the live stream? Are you an artist? Are you from Omizu's? Have you ever heard of Omizu? Have you ever heard of Corey, who's also an artist in this live stream right now? Have you heard of his fantastic illustrative work? So here we go. Just picking up colors and laying them down. Reminds me of this video that somebody asked a bodybuilder, so what do you do for a living? He's like, I pick up weights and I put them down. I pick up weights and I put them down. What do I do when I'm painting? I pick up colors and I lay them down. I pick up colors and I lay them down. You know what I want right now is I want a cad red. Look at how full my cad red is. I've used every other red except for my cad red deep hue here. I've used every other red. I use alizarin crimson. I've used like so many reds. But this red has gone mostly unused. But yeah, Egon Schiele. I actually have their books. They're Taschen books. Both Egon Schiele and who are you just? Egon Schiele and Gustav Klimt. And here we go. Just keep on going with this area, the space around here. And if you're gonna do this, like this type of like brushwork, you really got to be comfortable practicing and working with mistakes. It's definitely, or at least in my opinion, you do. You either have to be, you have to spend a lot of time just looking at stuff, or you could just practice. But then when you practice, you know, just be comfortable with mistakes and allow yourself to, you know, sometimes make it not so good. Like I actually did a painting recently where I absolutely could not stand these marks that I made on it, and I just totally painted over it with something else. Because, you know, if you don't do it right, it can look really weird. Like, you still have to follow certain principles of like design and painting. And I know that should sound obvious, but you know, when you first see marks from like paintings from like Vlaminck or Van Gogh, you know, it's so easy to get into this perception that it's just totally just free and expressive. And maybe it was during the after lots of practice, right? But I think early on there had to be a lot of preparation and know-how of how to do it just to get the certain effects that they were going for. Now I will admit that that the way I'm doing it is just a way that I feel comfortable. I haven't quite reached the point where I'm like, you know, I can layer these textures on top of other textures. And, you know, sometimes I think that just requires time of letting the paint dry and then layering. Let me get some yellow here. Let me get some yellow. Let's go with this yellow here. But yeah, it's totally exciting to add this brushwork. And all I'm doing, so here's a fun fact about this, doing it this way, is you really have to like know the way that you want the eye to flow. And I'm not saying that in a way like, you know, I'm not saying that in the sense of like, hey, you want the eyes to go from here to here, right? But what you're doing is that you don't want the eyes to stop. So I actually did this one painting where I was experimenting, and like, let's just say all these are vertical lines, and I put 2 horizontal lines, and you instantly see those horizontal lines, and you visually stop. And as far as like an example goes of like what not to do when you're doing this, unless it's on purpose or whatever, is you know, you've got this nice flow of everything visually as your eyes moving. What you don't want to do is suddenly force that visual to like stop for some reason by adding a line that's perpendicular. You know, the more you can keep the visual flow consistent, the better it will look. But obviously, if you want to start like adding different shapes and stuff, you can. Actually, that's what I'm probably going to do right now. Now that I'm thinking of it, let me try to add a spiral here. We're going to add a spiral, and let's see how we can do this. The important thing is to not break the visual, not totally break the visual, not totally do a visual break of everything. So this is also an experiment. Maybe I should just keep going with the flow, but I feel like I want to stay consistent with this concept of visual decorative work. You know, everybody knows that Gustav Klimt, or everybody who knows Gustav Klimt knows that he started his career as like a commercial decorator, which is why his artwork is so decorative, right? He would like, you know, he was like a responsible for like designing like the carvings that you might see in a church. I don't know exactly what his early career was, but you know, basically that's what he would do, is like, you know, those decorative things. And you know, he obviously carried that over into his paintings or his artwork. I think his paintings are more than just, or his artwork is more than just a painting. You know, he uses all sorts of materials. You know, gold leafing, mother of pearl, probably, like a lot of different things to embellish his artwork and make it more decorative. And that's the spirit that I'm trying to stay with as far as this spiral goes. You know, I feel like the spiral, I could definitely just get away with letting it just kind of move around our figures. But my goal is to not just do that. I want to add something else to keep the eye interesting, keep the eye moving, keep the eye floating around this painting, rather than just making it like this totally flat, boring thing. But here's the challenge that I'm coming to right now is, how do I keep it flowing around without breaking the eye? And when I say breaking the visual flow, right? Like, how am I going to keep this flowing without getting the eye like stopped anywhere? Which the bad thing to do would be to just put like a vertical line like right here, because that would instantly see the vertical line stop the flow, the visual flow, the visual where the eye moves around, right? You would instantly notice. But as long as I pretty much kind of try to do my best to keep these lines going in a certain direction, then it should be good. I'll actually share the example of what I keep talking about, so you can know exactly what I'm trying to say without me messing all this up. So 1 second. I need to find paper towel. All right, so I'm going to share a photo. I keep talking about this idea of like a visual flow, and that's just the beginning of like how you do this. I haven't truly developed a technique to where I can like build within, because if you ever look at some of the post-impressionist work, they're building like, I think what they do is they wait for the layer to dry and then they paint more colors on top of it, and it just creates this really like dense visual effect. But let me show you what I'm talking about as far as keeping the eye flowing and keeping it from, you know, breaking apart. Let me see if I can find that piece that I made. All right, so here's a portrait I painted for somebody quite a long time ago. And, you know, I use this effect of doing all of the flowy brushwork and everything. And if you look at this, you can instantly tell it's a little bit disorganized, which is fine. But the most striking part of it is this part right here. As soon as you go right here, you can see this like perpendicular thing that I made. I don't know why I did it. I think I was just messing around. But that like perpendicular part right there totally breaks your attention. If you're looking closer, you know, it totally just breaks the flow of everything. And that's what I mean by not having it work. But yeah, that's my example of breaking the visual flow of everything. So if you can, you know, I think if you could just do something like this, if you want to do something like this with these lines of expression, these dash lines of expression, the one secret is to just keep the eye flowing in a similar or same direction, keep it nice, and you know, you want to do it in a way that doesn't break the visual flow. So that's where the planning really has to come in. But it's not that much planning. You know, you just got to be like, okay, so this is a straight line. I just have to like not make the line crossed over. And, you know, something I got to consider now is how this is going to work. So I actually don't exactly know my own rule of how I'm going to do this the best way possible. So right now, even this, you know, even this kind of takes time to really study and figure out. It almost seems like I mean, I guess if you're really good at geometry and if you've done this enough, it's almost like common sense. But, you know, what I'm trying to navigate right here is this specific section right here, how do I not make it perpendicular? How do I keep it flowy? And, you know, I think at some level, this is just going to eventually even out in some way. You know what? I could probably break this off in some way. And you know what I could possibly do? Let me see how this will work. I'm thinking of something like having a triangle here. Some sort of triangle that meets up. Like a triangle that meets up somehow and seems to just emanate from this area. How does that work? Yeah, that's not too bad. We're just going to go like this. And there is a really good artist that I just recently discovered on Instagram who does this like so brilliantly. You know, not only is she a good technical painter, but she can do this in such an incredible way that she has like she's literally the master of this type of brush expression. Sometimes you want the visual dissonance. Yeah. I mean, 100%, right? Like depending on what you're working on. For sure. Yes, definitely helpful to have distance when you plan it. But if you just like, you know, like me, that was one of my first paintings where I was really experimenting with doing the entire painting background filled with this this visual technique, and I got to say that it did not work. You know, my results were not as good. Or that, you know, just those two little lines, I feel like, in a sense, almost messed up like the whole thing, you know? But the person who I made the portrait for actually liked it, so yeah. I'm trying to find another way of like of breaking this all apart. To create like an interesting flow and design. And I think at the end of the day, this is a really good like last step of a painting when you know you're not going to paint the background anymore. And now that I'm going into this like purple red area, I'm going to start adding a little bit more green. Let me try to find like a nice light green. And let's go grab more of this. Just a little bit of red here. Let me go see. Yes, Omizu is streaming as well, people. Just realize that. And here, what's up? Yes, I am jumping in on the conversation with Omizu's live stream. Let's actually grab some whites into this. Let's grab some white colors here. And no, it's great to be in your live stream, dude. It's awesome. Very cool. And here we go. All right, let's add some colors down here. Boom, boom, boom. Uh-oh, the whole thing, huh? Gotta redo the whole painting now. All right, well, there we go. Talk about some streamception, yes. All right. So. This, I put a circular thing that represents a soccer ball. Is that not enough for you? It is a round shape that represents a soccer ball. All right, yeah, I know. All right, so let's see. This is a painting that I am not done with, but I'm going to be done with for tonight. So I'm actually going to start another painting. Yeah, it would be nice if YouTube recognized the potential for like developing a streaming community. Right, exactly. Kinetic potential. All right, so this piece is about, it's not done yet, but I'm gonna put this up for now. And oh yeah, there's a delay, huh? Why is there a delay? That's so weird. Scout. Yeah, I'm doing another painting. Yeah, it's a table. It's a table. It's very spacey. So I'm trying to wonder if I should do this one vertically or horizontally. But I actually need a break right now. I'm going to take a little break real quick. Let's take a little break right now. This cat used to smell like cinnamon. When you're a little kitten, you used to smell like cinnamons, but you don't smell like cinnamons no more. What's up with that, huh? Why don't you smell like cinnamons? Why don't you smell like cinnamons anymore? You don't smell sweet no more, dude. You gotta keep that sweet kitty smell. Now you just smell like kitty. Now you just smell like a cat that eats too much. Snorting the kitty. Ah. Mm. Apparently that gets her to stop biting. Getting him on a scruff. You're so cute. Oh, you're so cute, bud. Hmm. All right, let's put him down and take a little break here. Gonna take a little break before we start this next painting. All right, and we're back. What's going on? Hey. How is everybody doing now? About to pop back in my earphones, start this new painting. Not that the old painting is necessarily done, but I just want to start a new one. So here we go. Let's see. I'm trying to find something to listen to. Let's see. What can we listen to? What should I listen to right now? I want something that I can listen to that's passive, other than music. Try to listen to. All right, time to get back to it. Let's do this. Getting back to this exciting painting here. This one, I'm gonna stick with oil. Now let's do this. I'm gonna start the carving with some green. So right now I'm just designing this out. Let's see. And here we go. So we're gonna go All right, here we go. I'm gonna go. Hey, what's up? Hold on. Let me put. It's so weird. I can't put you on my headphones. But what's up? You're on speaker. I'm streaming. Whose birthday?
Berkeley Pet Hospital with Simba's stool sample.
Okay.
Fun.
Okay. All right. Is that it?
Yes, it is.
All right. All right. Cool. Well, I'll see you soon. I'm streaming.
Okay, here's Bird. All right, see you soon. Bye.
All right. Bye. So right now I'm pretty much just experimenting with some cubist ideas. Getting cubist, yeah, that's experimenting, messing around. Here we go. Yeah, I'm listening to some motivational tapes right now, so I wasn't able to stay on the live stream and chat at the same time. I'm actually I think I'm quiet now because I'm listening to this this personal growth tape. Hmm. Here we go. Hmm. I think I need a bigger brush. go. Hey.
Hey, babe. How are you?
Good. Doing all right.
Oh, it's you.
It's
It's you.
me.
Very nice.
How are you?
Good. Busy day. Out. Hi. Oh, the horses are gone.
Can't hear you because I got headphones in.
I won't talk.
Nice composition. Thank you, thank you. Yes, working. Just figuring it out. Need some good composition. Got some good composition. Actually, really, I'm always curious about the organization of like of body parts
Oh.
when it comes to cubism. I think that was part of the canvas. right, here we go.
Simba. Simba. Wanna come and eat? Simba. Come and eat, Simba. Come on. Come on, Simba.
Hmm.
Simba. Don't you want to eat? Where's Cookie? Don't you want to eat? Come on. All this food here. Come on. Up and eat.
Medieval religious. That's hilarious. Yeah, I guess you know, maybe I could see that. He's got like one of those old musketeer hats. What I need is more. I want to keep this color palette, the blue to red, blue to pink, blue, purple, red, blue, purple, red, blue, purple, red, blue, purple, red. So blue and reds is really all I need, with a lot more white.
Feed them when you came up? Did you feed them when you
I did feed them.
Oh, that's why they're not.
I fed them 2 cans.
Oh, that's why they're not hungry.
Well, I can't hear you, but 2 cans.
Okay.
Okay.
I was trying to figure out why they weren't eating.
Oh.
I didn't know you had fed them. They always act like they're hungry, but then they don't eat. I don't know. Simba, did you eat?
More medieval and cubist, really? Yeah, I guess the cubism, you know, I would actually do a course. I need to find a book that teaches cubism. There's got to be one out there, because I would totally read it to figure out how to break down these shapes in a cubist way. But also, what I'm thinking now is I haven't quite I haven't moved into the shape building. I'm really only establishing the initial colors right now. But I feel like once I go over this with black paint to create the outlines and stuff, I'm gonna be able to make it look more cubist. Or post-cubism. Let's call it, you know, post-cubism. I consider some of Picasso's style of cubism a form of post-cubism, right? I don't know. Am I right or wrong? I could be wrong. I don't know. I haven't really studied Picasso's cubism. It sounds like you know a lot about it. But this idea that you know, some of these things I don't want to add the outlines right away, because I still want it to be able to change. But if once I start to put in the some of the black outlines, I'm going to lose a lot of I don't want to mess up the colors, the color purity. You know what? I will add in some yellow. Cat,
Yeah.
come look at how Scout's sitting on the table.
Oh my god.
He's halfway in the little bowl.
Scout,
jar, it's
what are
so
you
cute.
doing? Why are you doing that? Scout, why are you doing that? You don't know? Hi. Simba, did you eat? Let's eat. Here. Simba, eat. Oh. Want to eat that? Yeah. It's for you.
And here we go. So
use the salt and pepper yet?
Hold on, let me.
Put your claws in.
One more time. What?
Can I use the salt and pepper?
Oh yeah, take it.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Alexa, set timer for 15 minutes.
15 minutes, starting now. So I'm listening to this really interesting personal growth tape right now from Nightingale Kona. I'm actually going to make it as a recommendation here on this live stream. It's called... It's a really cheesy name, but I think it's some very powerful effects. It's called by Dennis Waitley, PhD. It's a Nightingale Conan program, and it's called Inner Winter. And it is a personal growth program based on this idea that like so much can be learned through through music and the value that the right type of music can have on learning, as well as, you know, this idea of how you talk to yourself, how you communicate with yourself on a regular basis, right? We're all in our own heads throughout most of our day. Very few people sit all day like I do on a live stream and talk all the ideas that are in their head. But, you know, I think it is one thing to remember, like, that as human beings, we are like, that any given person, if we just think of ourselves and how much we think to ourselves, all these thoughts that we have in our own head about our day, about what we do, about our what we feel, all these things, that every single person in the world is pretty much the same way. You know, their thoughts might not be profound, or the thoughts might not be you know, the same thoughts that you would find important or whatever, but we are all, at the end of the day, human beings that think. And I really like this program so far. It's called, again, Inner Winner by Dennis Waitley. It's a Nightingale Conan program. They're known for producing really high quality personal growth programs. And I think it's really interesting to hear this program and to just really take a moment to, like, you know, appreciate and think about, you know, what is it that I think about all the time, right? Like, what is it that I think about myself? These little, sometimes they're doubts, right? It's so easy to just let a doubt totally derail you, even if it's a tiny bit of doubt. We don't really think about how these can affect every single thing in our daily life, right? So, you know, if you have even just a little doubt, like, oh, that person would never, right? Like, if, let's say we're trying to sell a painting, or, you know, if we're trying to start a YouTube channel, since we're here and we're being relevant to this channel, you know, this person would never talk to me, or these people would never watch my channel, or these people would whatever. And instantly, you know, just that one little thought, just a bit of self-doubt can totally prevent somebody from starting a YouTube channel. And this could be pervasive in, like, any field, right? Not just making YouTube channels, but of course, you know, in being relevant to people that are watching here, you know, not just like in art, but in just about everywhere. And you know, it's so interesting to think how easily it can be to derail ourselves, to self-sabotage ourselves, all from one little thought, one little idea that we can't, you know, achieve something or do something for whatever reason. And you know what? It's those little thoughts that will ultimately slow you down from progress or stop you altogether. Like, you know, you ever think about how one thought can totally transform our life, like whether it be positive or negative? Just, you know, the idea that, hey, I'm going to go run that marathon, or I'm not going to run that marathon. Those are just two really basic ideas, the simple thoughts that are less than, you know, 10 words, but they can instantly stop you from pursuing a goal or going toward a goal. Now, that was just an example, but, you know, I'm sure we can all think of something that we've said to ourselves recently that made us stop from going to work on something that we've wanted to do. And I'm really getting that. I'm really sensing the value of this program through just thinking on this topic alone of, like, you know, what am I thinking of on a regular basis? I often share what I'm thinking of on this live stream. So a lot of it's not really a surprise to those of you that watch often enough. But definitely, you know, just thinking, like, when I'm not streaming, you know, what are these things that I say to myself? What have I said to myself recently that has prevented me from taking an action that I need to take? Such as uploading my artwork, advertising the artwork, doing a stream, and even more so, you know, I think I have personally developed a pretty good self-talk practice, which is what this this audio tape that I'm listening to is about, which I just mentioned. It's called Inner Winter by Dennis Waitley. You know, I think I have a pretty good self-talk, pretty good way of talking to myself. It's positive, but more importantly, it's realizing the little things that can potentially derail all of the things that you positively say or try to get yourself to do to stay motivated. I guess is probably the most obvious example, is staying motivated to create, to work, to whatever it is. And you know, it's one of those things where if you're not conscious of it, then you start to realize, like, hey, this is I'm doing all these things, I'm thinking all these thoughts that stop me from doing what it is that I really want. And the thing that I love about art is that painting has really made me conscious and aware of all of the self-talk that I do. All of the self-talk that I do, I recognize when I paint, because you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know, you don't really like take risks in a daily life, right? Because it can be hard to. Asking your boss for a raise can be a challenge for people. Risking rejection and going to make a sales call, or you know, going to talk to that attractive person in the line, those are all things that, you know, actually have, like, that we feel to have potential consequences in real life. But when it comes to artwork, you know, it's so fascinating to me because I become aware personally of all these, like, these potential self-doubting things. Like, for example, you know, before I made this painting, I was thinking, oh, I can't do cubism. And I could have just totally let that stop me from you know, making the attempt at it. Just example, right? Like, I actually do think that I've looked at enough cubism and studied some of the work and sketched cubism that I have, like, a really basic level of understanding of it. But I could have let this one simple thought that I can't do cubism, whether I can or can't, it is the thought that makes it true. Whether I can or can't, I could have totally just allowed it to prevent me from doing this painting. I'm using myself as an example here, but I'm sure we can all come up with an example that's you know, I guess, like, in person, I was using that coffee line example or asking the boss for a raise example, because there could be consequences. You know, maybe your boss gets bitter at you and thinks, like, next year you're going to ask for a raise, so, you know, you're going to be on a chopping block. I don't know, probably not, but for whatever reason, you convince yourself to not do it. But that said, you know, I realized that in painting, in artwork, like, there's really no risk at all, virtually no risk at all to try something new. There is, like, no physical, you know, mental risk, because at the end of the day, you can totally just, like, throw away your painting, right? You can just throw away your painting, burn it, never let anybody see it. Which means there's virtually no risk in art. Now, I'm not talking about, like, let's say you're a successful artist and you have a show coming up and, you know, your work is absolutely horrible. Then, you know, there are real risks there. But just to stick with the theme of this is that, you know, when it comes to art, creativity, there is no true danger, physical danger of trying something different, trying something at all. And, you know, just because I'm aware of that, you know, I think about this idea of what do I say that stops me from doing anything creative? It's just all sorts of nonsense most of the time. Now, of course, right, some people, there are some financial considerations, right? Like, especially, you know, there are some financial considerations, but for the most part, those are, let's be real, they're somewhat bogus. For the most part, right? Like, you know, it is possible that you want to start in digital art and you're considering, you know, you got to get Photoshop, plus you got to spend, you know, $500, $600, $1,000 to get a what do you call those things? Like a tablet or whatever. And then, you know, maybe you don't have that right away. So you have to get a used one. But at the end of the day, you know, from my view, the majority of creative limitations aren't really true physical limitations at all. They're almost always mental limitations that we place on ourselves. It is a self-limitation, a self-limiting obstacle. And I really noticed that particularly when I'm making artwork, when I'm creative. And I find it so interesting to, like, how painting has really helped me to recognize this idea of self-talk. The blue hand group. Yeah, blue hand group. Yeah. And I guess we're getting deep into the weeds of personal growth, personal development, but it's what I've been listening to. So, you know, just sharing some context of what's going on for this Dennis Waitley program. But it really is. Alexa off. Kat, you know Alexa's going off, right? So anyway, you know, for everybody that's out there, what do you say to yourself, right? What are you saying to yourself? How do you talk to yourself when you're just sitting there brooding over something? When you have an idea that you want to tackle, what are you saying to yourself to stop yourself or to move yourself forward? And you know, maybe some of you have a totally great self-talk, right? Some of you are incredible at knowing how to talk to yourself. But I think for the most part, most of us recognize within ourselves that the truth is most of us don't know how to talk to ourselves. We say things to ourselves about ourselves that you know, if someone else were to do it, we would stop talking to that person. But we can't escape ourselves. So the only way to work with that is to take awareness, get aware about what we were talking about. So anyway, we are continuing on with this painting.
Spaghetti's ready.
Okay. Thank you. Let me see how I can grab some other colors here. Let's grab some colors here. I need a bigger brush here. All right, here we go. We're actually gonna wrap up soon, get some dinner, but I want to at least tighten up some of these areas. feel like Van Dyke Brown is definitely a underpainting color, not so much like a dense color that you want to use for filling large space. There's just something about Van Dyke Brown. Something that James Gurney wrote. James Gurney's a great artist to learn from. If you ever able to see his work, he's a master of light, which is basically saying he's a master of painting, because if you can master light, you can learn how to paint. You can paint pretty much anything if you understand how light is, how paint and color is literally just light. Light interacting with the space around you. You know, I kind of like these textures here, but I'm actually going to put this as on pause for now, and going to clean our brush. We're actually going to wrap up for the day. But as you wrap up, hey, let's talk.
I missed something.
Alexa off. Let's discuss. Let's all have some good thoughts as we wrap this up, right? We started this live stream. I think the title is something like "You're supposed to create art" or something. Or "You're meant to make art." I hope that's the live stream title. It might have been yesterday's live stream title. But if anything, just being a human being, right? Like, that is our thing. Is we're meant to create things, right? We have hands. We have thought. We have, we could create relationships. We make art. We make buildings. We've literally turned this planet into what it is. And although some people may have a negative view of what that actually means, I sometimes walk to like a hill in Los Angeles and I look over the city. I'm like, holy crap. Like, this was all made by human hands, people just like me, who figured out how to put this all together. And I find that so fascinating whenever I just overlook a huge city and think every street, every building, every technology, every artwork, car, it's all made by humans. And I don't want to get too philosophical and out there, but I am definitely of the school of thought that we as human beings are meant to make things. Now, I use the word art. I think "You're supposed to create art" is what I titled this. I can't remember exactly, but I think at the end of the day, the art part is totally subjective, right? I don't think there's anybody out there who would not say art is subjective. And whatever that means for you, maybe your art is business, maybe the art of raising a family, maybe it's the art of making a business, the art of fitness and exercise, the art of digital art. I don't know, whatever that is. Find your art, go make it. If you already have an art, I hope that you find your next inspiration. Or, what can you say to yourself that would help you make even better art, more interesting art, whatever. So yes, that is the motivational message for the end of the day is what can you say to yourself? What can you tell yourself so that you can most positively move forward in a good way? That is the question. Why won't this piece come off? Here we go. grab this piece as well. Just a couple more things to close up here, but just want to say thank you all for being here. Good session. Yes. I feel like I want to make some more of these like positive, motivational ideas. I just got to figure out a way to word them. Because I think it's a good thing, right? To add something positive to every stream in some way. But yeah, we're all meant to create things. I hope you all find the inspiration to create something, make some art, or go make a family. I don't know. Make a person happy. Make a donut. I don't know. Make a baking thing. But anyway, everybody, make dinner. Take care and have a great day.